You know what? I don't actually think this song suits what we're about to do. Hang on a second. And let that be our tone setter. Today we're going to be discussing Devil May Cry 2, a game I've had the misfortune of actually having played all the way through and beaten, once and only once. You may not be wondering why it is I only beat this game once when actually you could play through it 3 full times to get the full story, and the answer is very simple. First of all, this game sucks, and second, and substantially more importantly, it was a rental. Now, you might be thinking, what the hell does that have to do with anything? Well, as it happens, the rental disc, case, box, whatever you want to call it, only came with one of the discs. One DVD. So, DVD, that's right. So, playing as the second character wasn't even available at the time. Now, you might be thinking, hold on, 2 DVDs for Devil May Cry 2? Yeah. For a bit of perspective, so there's this other character called Lucia, which you can play as. We are not doing that, by the way. I don't think it's really going to change the score that much because it's barely different. It's the same missions with almost the same cutscenes with almost the same gameplay. So, hang on, I hear you thinking. If it's near identical, what's going on here? Like, why do they need a second DVD for this? That's especially good considering that Final Fantasy X came out several years before this game and fits on one disc. But this game required 2. You know why? Because of marketing. Ironically, even though I know a decent amount about the behind the scenes going on in this game, there's still giant gaping holes because, and I'm not joking about this, everyone involved in this project is so embarrassed and ashamed about it that most of them have, to this day, in fact, to this year, is the most recent interview I read in research for this particular run, still refuse to talk in detail about exactly what happened on the development of this game. Now, we actually know several bits and pieces here or there. But to give you an example of what I'm talking about, Devil May Cry 1 was, of course, directed by asshole, can't even think of his damn name, and I don't care, who would go on to do the Bayonetta series. And the Devil May Cry guy, who we'll talk about in a minute, obviously ended up finishing up this game, but he wasn't the director. Who was the director for Devil May Cry 2? That's a good question. Ladies and gentlemen, in what is actually a first for my show, I cannot tell you the project lead of Devil May Cry 2 because nobody knows who it is. I'm not making that up, by the way. You can double check me on that. Even Itsuno himself has gone out of his way to say, yeah, nope, I replaced the previous person. It was an unpleasant time. And then he'll talk about the actual development, but he won't talk about that transitionary period or whom he replaced. Just that there was a director of this game. Let's go over our history for just a moment. Let's set the tone for just a second. Resident Evil 3, sold very well after Resident Evil 2 sold bonkers well. Resident Evil was doing very well, as 700,000 people have told me in the comments section by this very moment. Resident Evil 4 was in development and led to the development of multiple other different games, of which we've actually covered 2 of them, including the eventual Resident Evil 4 itself. That led to the development of Devil May Cry as a more action-oriented franchise, which kind of branched off into its own thing, extremely loosely based on Dante's, whatever it's stupid called. Dante's Inferno, I think. It's a dumb book, I don't care for it. Anyways, so, mid-development, actually a little closer to late development of DMC1, when they were really starting to get the final touches, the final polishing going on, the executives came down, looked at some of the demos and some of the playtesting going on for DMC1 and said, wow, that looks awesome. Let's make a sequel. And thus was Devil May Cry 2 greenlit before Devil May Cry 1 was even finished. Now, on the one hand, you might think, oh, that actually makes perfect sense. On the other hand, this was a terrible idea on every level. Not because greenlighting a game before its original game is out is a problem, although that does have some problems, to be clear. But the problem was that they decided to start development of Devil May Cry 2 while development was still ongoing with the Devil team on DMC1. Do you see the problem here? Because a lot of people in a lot of expensive suits who make a lot of money did not see any problem with any of this. So, development of DMC2 started immediately with what I can only refer to as the D-listers. No offense to the people who worked on this game, but Capcom actually shoved pretty much everyone who was not involved at Capcom, you know, the intern layer is what I'm talking about here, onto DMC2. These people had never made video games before, period. Never mind something of the level and style of a genre that was effectively being developed as they were developing it. So that really sucked. So the chaff were dumped onto this project, and I'm like, okay. Now here's the thing. For those of you who've played Devil May Cry 2, you might be thinking, they did pretty good for their first game. And I'd like to tell you that I agree with that. But I don't. Because the game that they made, we will not be seeing today. In fact, we've never seen it before. Because whatever they made, well, let's move over the timeline. Let's scooch forward a little bit. So DMC1 did come out, 2.16 million units. Huge, huge success, right? So everyone was like, yes, perfect. This is going to be great. Let's go check up on our DMC2. Where's the game? So actually, I'm skipping ahead a little bit too much. There's actually several months of a gap there before the executives came down and said, all right, DMC1 is still selling like gangbusters. It's a great quarter. How's DMC2 going? DMC2 had no cutscenes, no devil trigger, no attacks, and no scenario. I left that last one for last because if you understand anything about game design, or movie design, or show design, or play design, book design, you know that scenario is the first thing you do. Scenario, for those of you who don't know, is basically your outline. He talks to here, then he goes to here, then he does this. You know, Cecil gets kicked out of the Red Wings, goes with his friend, loses his friend, takes over the child, uses that as a way to redeem him. That's your outline, right? That's your scenario. They didn't have anything. So they could have done a couple of things here because they had a release window, which they really wanted to hit because of stupid. And I just, before we move forwards, I want to mention, I told you some of the competition Devil May Cry 1 had. Let me tell you some of the competition 2 had. Now, 2 didn't face the absolute juggernaut that was Grand Theft Auto 3. That would be crazy. Instead, 2 went up against Final Fantasy X-2, Pokemon Gen 3, Mario Kart Double Dash, Zelda Wind Waker, Sands of Time, Prince of Persia, a little game you might have heard of called Knights of the Old Republic was coming out that year. Oh, and Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Hang on. I saved the best for last. Because Devil May Cry 2 also went up against Frozen Throne. Now, if there's one game that can even beat GTA's sale figures at the time, it was freaking Warcraft. Frozen Throne was the juggernaut of this year. Yes, Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. So, yeah, that was their competition. They were like, oh my god. Now, credit to somebody somewhere in Capcom's upper echelons. What they did was they pulled what I nowadays mentally think of as a Marvel. They looked at their staff, they looked at the people who were under their umbrella, and they found someone who didn't really have an impressive resume, but was really good at what he did. He was very talented at, it's going to sound crazy, managing a project. I know, crazy, but that was what he was known for. He could keep people coordinated, he could keep people on task, he could make things happen, he could act where it had to, etc. They got a good manager involved. That manager's name is Hideaki Itsuno. Now, if that name sounds familiar, it should. Sorry, if that name doesn't sound familiar, it should. Because he is the Devil May Cry guy. He made Devil May Cry 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. You may also know him as the guy behind Dragon's Dogma. So they brought in arguably their best manager and said, deal with this. Now, he's given a lot of interviews, including one this year, I just mentioned it earlier, about how nightmarish the process was. He came in and he was just like, oh, God. And he describes it in terminology that, not terminology, tonality, that just gets across what his words don't create. Yeah, everything was on fire. And as I mentioned, no scenario, no cutscenes, no devil trigger, no attack designs, no nothing. So he was like, okay. And he sat down and he said, what's my goal? And they said, this game needs to ship in 2003. And there he was like, okay. So this is one of the reasons why I pushed back against Dakoita's comment earlier about the fact that DMC2 is surprisingly good for a first game. Let's be clear. Given all the behind the scenes I've already told you, DMC2 is surprisingly good. By the way, figures vary on this because of inconsistent information, but Itsuno showed up either 6 to 4 months before the game launched. Which means, in every way that mattered, Devil May Cry 2 was made in, at most, 6 months. Anyways, so, yeah, he shows up and is like, all right, we got to do this. We got to make this playable. And manager, right? He did exactly what, honestly, I don't want to praise myself. He did exactly what I would have done. He got rid of all ambition, all desire to make a good game, and focused entirely on getting a game out the door that was playable. And that's Devil May Cry 2 in a nutshell. It is playable. Didn't used to be. Just ship it. Just ship it. So they did a couple of things. There are a couple of things. They had a tiny bit of extra development time to put some of his ideas in for the game. I actually got a list here, right here. So first of all, the ability to switch weapons in mid-combat was an innovation he added. The fact that you can change around the button layout, we'll discuss that as we go through it. And he invented the very concept of the Bloody Palace, which is actually in Devil May Cry 2. I don't know how many of you even knew that. Now, you're probably thinking, hold up. Lore, I've paid attention. Every time you bring up one of these unmovable deadlines, it's one of two things. It's either a quarterly return, or it's some external thing, like a tie-in merchandise or toys, or a show or whatever. Like, we literally just saw this happen with Pokemon Violet, where their release date was determined by other companies refusing to move their launch dates. So which is it here? Well, it's not the quarterly return. Well, I mean, it's a little bit quarterly return. But the main thing is it was a tie-in merchandising opportunity. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, what the hell was the tie-in merchandising to Devil May Cry 2? I'm actually kind of pleased by that, because I'm glad that as few people know what I'm about to tell you as is possible. I want this information to stay dead and buried as a testament to how stupid of an idea this was. So one of the producers at Capcom used to work at Diesel Clothing, which, for those of you not aware, is a brand of clothing. So they were the ones who set the absolute release date window. And they did tie-in branded merchandising. Both Lucia and Dante wear Diesel Edge clothing in Devil May Cry 2. Because there's a producer who used to work for the other company. There's actually several types of corruption in corporate existence, but that's one of them. So, with all that wonderful information out of the way, why don't we jump in and see just how much of a game this is. Now, before we move any further, I do want to mention something. The bottom three games we've ever reviewed are Quest 64, Mega Man X7, and Secret of the Stars. Obviously, we have the guessing game. But my question to you, like in a vacuum, is where in that bottom three do you think this game is going to land? Because with total sincerity, Devil May Cry 2 might be somewhere down there. Now give me a minute, I gotta launch it and then launch it because this thing is stupid. Yeah, ironically, the absence of story is probably going to bolster its score, which I know sounds wild, but it's true. Right, hang on, I gotta capture this properly. Come on, game. There we go. Oh yeah, by the way, Mega Man X7 came out the same year this game did. Yep, the options are vibration, yes or no. Devil May Cry.
In a time long since past, in an age of darkness, when the earth was overrun with demons and humans were powerless under their rule, humanity's hope lived in a demon named Sparda. With a spirit unlike any other, and wielding the sword that bore his own name, Sparda eradicated the demons. And now, the legend of Sparda has been inherited by his son, a demon slayer, Dante.
Real quick, when you picture Dante in your head, what personality do you ascribe to him?
You called?
Till next time, son of Sparda.
Behold the man's charisma. By the way, that's Dante the whole game, so get used to that. To be completely blunt, I'm already going to give that a negative. I'm not going to be mean and dissect each individual point and give each point a negative, though I could. But that's not a good cutscene. It does... I mean, it kind of establishes the tone of DMC2, but not in a good way, you know? This is Depression Dante, as some people have taken to calling him, and just awkward voice acting, an absence of dialogue, and storyboarding that is PS1 is what I want to call it. Now, that makes sense. Let's pause and talk about this for a second. So, let's say you're given a job of animating someone doing something like, say, grab. Now, the thing is, doing something like this and grabbing, anybody who's done any animation, Kay could probably talk about this better than I, knows that there's all kinds of micro movements you don't really think about happening in this movement. Do you notice how my wrist was actually moving alongside there, just kind of naturally? Or how about the fact that my fingers are moving as I'm doing the whole animation, right? And just kind of, there's all kind of little things like how my arm is actually twisting here, or the elbow is moving to counter pulley the weight, and so forth and so on. All this little stuff is all the little nuances of animation that people have had to figure out how to make look good in order to make it look real. Nowadays, people use motion capture to try to get across this kind of stuff because you could just have an actor do that, and it's a lot easier to do that than trying to manually animate all this stuff. But when you have 4 or 6 months to do something like this, what you do is you have the basic animation, which looks extremely awkward. I can't even do it. I can't even do it properly because it's like this. Like, it's just, there's nothing there. There's the one pivot point on the elbow, and the hand just stays open up to the top, and then it closes once right there. Just, and that's it. And that's the kind of animations we're seeing. In short, I'm saying this in a lot of words, as I am fond of doing, but I want to be very thorough in explaining why this is rushed. Rather than just saying the word rushed, I want to explain to you exactly how rushed this is. Yeah, it's probably sad that the birds were better animated than anything else in that scene. So, off to a good start. 4 to 6 months start day. Oh, I hope you like brown, by the way. It's okay, we'll have some gray, too. Gotta get used to the controls. Okay, cool. Oh, I should probably talk at length about the extensive and in-depth combat in this game, which I will as soon as I have some. Hang on. Yeah, I spent 10 minutes discussing the behind the scenes. I'm not going to repeat all that. It's in the highlight reel, don't worry. So, here's the in-depth, extensive combat of this game. This is not a joke. Yeah, ironically, this is so bad, it would actually have a knock-on effect of better games. If you ever wondered why the projectile weapons are nowhere near as powerful in the subsequent games, it's because they were way overtuned in this game. Oh, it's okay, I can just hold down the button, check it out. A little slower, but it's still effective. You're probably thinking, why is the combat that bad? Well, there's 2 reasons. 1, rushed. 2, a lot of the playtesters who playtested Devil May Cry 1 were brought in to give feedback for Devil May Cry 2. Now, this is weird given historical context, but at the time, the most repeated feedback was Devil May Cry 1 was too hard. Now, I find that interesting in its own right, especially because of the fact that Devil May Cry 1 isn't actually particularly hard, and it's a really bad form of difficulty, but let's ignore both of those points for just a second, and instead focus on the fact that that was one of the biggest points of feedback they got for 2. So, they readdressed the combat. But, you've only got 4 to 6 months to work on it. So what do? Well, in a melee-focused game, making the ranged weapons super strong, yeah, that's actually going to do a fairly large amount towards make the game substantially easier. It could even be argued to not be terrible design if it was done properly. It, of course, is not. You may have not have caught that, but there's actually a very small bug. It doesn't really affect anything, but if you do this... Oh, I didn't do it that time. Or that time. It'll probably happen a few other times, but if you jump... Notice how the tempo of firing is different while you're in the air. It can then change how your tempo of firing is on the ground. So... that can actually screw with you on some later fights. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Hang on. Alex brings up a good point. How did this game survive this particular... how did this franchise... This is loud. How did this franchise survive this particular game? This game sold 1.7 million units. Just on the PS2. Now, I'm not going to give the whole speech again, but if you remember my constant discussions on game sales figures, that's actually really, really, really good. Breaking 1 million units in general is excellent. And I already talked about this. A game that is very popular almost guarantees the next game is going to sell well. And a game that's bad almost guarantees the next one will sell worse. This is common trend going all the way back to the 70s. This is normal. So DMC 1 was a smash hit, so DMC 2 sold well. DMC 3 sold worse than this game initially. But if you count re-releases, it sells much, much better, because 3 is actually a good game. Oh, hang on, let me show you. I should probably show off the wonderful combat of this game. There you go. There it is. Okay, I'm being facetious. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. I don't need to make up reasons to point out how terrible this game is. Notice how utterly devoid and empty this game is, by the way? That's not on purpose. But, you know, 4 to 6 development time. I'm only pointing it out because the first game was devoid and empty because it was set in a freaking castle in the middle of nowhere. Where everybody was long since dead. This is set in several cities. And the empty, absent nature of the cities... I don't know, maybe I'm the only person it bothers, but it's like the actual opposite of Lindblom effect. It makes me wonder where the hell I am. Like, what holodeck program am I on? Because this is... yeah, there's an absence of doodad design. There's an absence of brickwork design. There are copy-pasted textures everywhere. There's nothing here. No people, no movement, no ambient sound to speak of. It's just devoid. Contrast this to, and I know this is a weird one to pull out, 4. In 4, they actually bothered to try and make, especially some of the early levels, the cities actually look like frickin' cities! As opposed to, like, I'm sorry, look at this for a second. Look at what's on your screen. Really take in everything wrong with this. I bet Kay could point out some stuff that I'm not even catching here, but there's just everything wrong with this screen. From the fact that you can tell where the chunks of geometry were just kind of slammed onto each other, like right here, and here, and here. And here? Or maybe the fact that this texture for this road clearly should be to the point where that building is several feet that way. But and you can see, like, look close to his feet there. Ignore the fact that his foot's going through the ground for just a second. Do you see how there's another side of that? Like over here on the right, you can see there's a I don't know what that's called. It's the side of the road. But there's no left side of the road because it's under the building. I'm not even go into the fact that everything here is a texture. And a bad one. We're literally looking at blocks. So, well, the first game got away with this. This game is actually going to reach negative territory for doodads and brickwork. Because this is awful. This feels like a PSP game. By the way, how many lines of dialogue has Dante said the whole game so far? Hope you're paying attention to that wonderful combo I was just doing. I think I've seen that exact same combo at the tutorial stage of Kingdom Hearts 1. I like that spawn animation, by the way. By the way, I actually have a term for this. It's a recent term, but there's a term for it. This is a punching bag game. Because nobody gives a crap about Devil May Cry 2. I mean, okay, fair, Rax, but you get my point. A punching bag game is a game which we punch the crap out of because no one gives a damn. This game, it is an insult, and I mean it as one. It's astonishing that this game is as good as it is. Hang on. Guys, I think we're under the well in Kakariko. I actually don't know how to dodge. Oh, nope, there it is. That's a weird button for that. Are you kidding, Kay? Oh, that's hysterical. Okay, so hang on. So it looks like I can't change direction once I've started wall running. You know what this is? I'm gonna stop making fun of the backgrounds for the moment, I swear. Have you ever seen a game that has, like, a city in the distance that you can't actually go to, right? Like, Arkham City is a good example of this. There's actually Gotham on the other side of the river, right? That's what this is. This is the extra little bit of city that's not fully designed because you're not supposed to be able to walk around in this area. The actual gameplay is way over there, but this is here so you can see it in the background. Don't worry, we've still got our first boss fight to look forward to. Oh yeah, that's not disorienting or anything. Oh god, these cameras. These cameras.
Where's Mathieu? Mathieu? Mathieu?
Good grief. They really made a big mess, didn't they? It sure took him a while to find this place.
God, that skybox.
You have arrived, son of Sparta.
You knew him?
Oh, yes. We are the guardians of this land, Vidumali. Our clan once fought against the demons with Sparta, son of Sparta. We must ask this favor of you. You see, there's a man who's transformed our land into a demon's paradise. His name is Arius. And although he is the president of an international public corporation, he uses the demon power. Please, deal with Arius and his master for us.
Looks like it's your lucky day.
Wonderful! I am very pleased. It leads to a harbor. If you are successful, I will tell you a story about your father, son of Sparta.
Now, I don't want to comment on this, but please remember for a moment that the scenario was not written until Itsuno got involved. Which means this story about a corporate executive who's working for the demons happened after that severe time crunch was placed upon him and the rest of the staff. Not that I'm implying anything, just pointing out facts. I should probably pause to jot down some stuff, because we're already buried in negatives. My god, where do I even begin? Whoop, 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 whoop. That is pretty weird, Yura. We all know that what you should really be drinking is tequila. That's true, Rex. Oh, thank you for keeping me hydrated, Kay. See, that's when you punch, Yura. Don't actually do that. Unless you can get away with it. Not that I said that. DMC is a story I'll actually be telling for the sake of this lore run. But not until we get to 5, which is where it's really going to be relevant. So if you want to actually hear the behind the scenes of DMC, you're going to have to wait about a week. We'll get there, though. I actually need to AFK briefly. I do apologize. Here, have some music. Have some Mega Man music. Apologies. That was my grandmother. Making sure that the Christmas presents arrived because she and I have legendarily bad luck when it comes to the post. All 8 of them, however many at this point. Okay. Let's get back to this terrible, terrible game. Interesting. You know, it's impressive when a game is just this murky. Like, this takes work, you know? Some talented people sat down and said, alright, hang on. But what if we have 2 different shades of brown? Only 2. And we just use them everywhere. Someone else is like, hold up. What if we make the water have about a 2-second animation loop of those 2 shades of brown? Brilliant! Also, I missed my family because I've been working in my office for 4 months straight. And yes, we are officially, firmly, and formally in the brown era of gaming at this point. I don't remember when exactly the brown era started. I'd have to look that up. Oh yeah, audio spam. That's a good thing to bring up. Like those death cries of those enemies that have 1 HP. You know, Mike Kamano, I think for the first time I understand what it's like to be you. I'm sorry, that sounds mean. I don't mean it mean. At least I don't mean it as mean towards you. The game, well, again, punching bag. Yeah, Quake looked at this and was like, buddy, think about some color. It's okay, we'll get some color later. Oh, God. Okay. Everything I've jotted down so far in the document is all just categories. Welcome to the dark side. Rarely have I meant that more literally. Hi, Nemesis. It's okay, I suck too. Okay, that's a lie, I don't. But you're gonna see me screw up several times in the actually challenging ones, which is everyone after this one. This one, I mean, if I die at all, I will be a little bit surprised by that. Actually, no, I'll probably die on the last boss. And the reason why is because the last boss is bullcrap. Yeah, that's why I kind of added that little joke at the end of my visuals joke earlier, because I actually legitimately feel bad for the people who worked on this game. I really do. This game is trash. It's probably going to get the garbage tag. But, you know, at least it's understandable why it's trash. You know what I mean? Any positives? Okay, a pity tag. Ride to Hell will probably be garbage. We haven't reviewed it yet, though, so I don't actually know. Pitiful garbage. That just sounds meaner. Yeah. Alex is right. It didn't literally set my PS2 on fire. There's actually several conjoining reasons, which all kind of happened at the same time, which is why the brown era of gaming happened. Bloom was becoming a thing. The way that they rendered 3D graphics was fundamentally changing. And a lot of people were moving away from bright, visually distinct colors, which looked too video gamey, and trying to move towards realism. But of course, this is realism in the mid-aughts. So, brown. Blur, brown, bloom. That's the brown era of gaming. Okie delete Oakley. I can't think of a positive for Ride to Hell Retribution. Even DMC2 might get one positive. Thought about during the lunch break. We'll see. That was not a puzzle, Dark Day, if you were paying attention. Which you were paying attention, right? There's going to be a quiz. You know, I'm not sure if Ride to Hell gets so bad it's good. I'd have to think about that. But I could see Ride to Hell getting a so bad it's good. You know what the biggest problem with Ride to Hell Retribution's so bad it's good is, though? So bad it's good almost relies upon the joke not getting too old. You know what I mean? In other words, if there's something that's ridiculously bad, okay, that's funny. And then it keeps happening, and then it keeps happening, and then it keeps happening. And at a certain point, it just gets old. We might still give that positive, but that is a valid point. I have done... Someone type !RTH in chat, please. Because I have done a Ride to Hell Retribution lore run. It's one of the best lore runs I've ever done. Cameras. Either way, that is a valid point, though, Sabacom. There might be one positive to RTH, and there might be one positive to DMC2. Different positives, before you ask. Farewell, Robostall. We will never see each other again. Speaking of which, speaking of negatives. I don't think anything actually shows online, Savacom, but if you give me a second, I can just tell you. Robostall is gone forever. Robostall will never be back. I mean, that's valid, Dark Day. The best thing I've ever produced is so terrible that you couldn't tolerate it for longer than 10 minutes. That's impressive. I must be doing some absolute drag. Looks like you did. You donated $25 towards Ride to Hell Retribution. Our majority shareholder in RTH is actually Mr. Red. Platy donated towards it, too. Oh, yeah, let's check out the map. Yep, that's a map with no indicator. It's if you ever need to see exactly how copy paste this game is, pull up the map every now and again. No indicator of where you are. No indicator of doors. I'm just going to give this away later on. This is going to be much less useful, like when we get to the corporate offices areas. We'll jot down map and we'll try it out in the actually terrible areas. Thank you, Ross. As always. And Robo's told us, gone! If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. God, I just... Octopath Traveler. No. Anything else? I'll go ahead and add that to the veto list right now. No Metroid Prime, you stupid thing. Okay, this isn't a very high quality image. That's Prime 3. I need Prime 1. Why is... First of all, I hate Octopath Traveler, but obviously that's not, you know, a sufficient reason to veto a game. Problem with Metroid Prime 1, and by Metroid Prime 1, I mean Octopath Traveler 1, is that it is a uniquely frustrating game to play. There are two ways to get through Octopath Traveler. One is to constantly have a walkthrough, which you are cross-referencing with a database in order to make sure that you are specifically getting the right items from the right things in the right places at the right times in order to be able to... this is still Metroid Prime 2. In order to be able to progress. Because Octopath Traveler is grindy, but not in the traditional sense of the word. It effectively... The only way I would be willing to stream that game, again, is if I literally had someone else who was sitting there next to me, guiding me through the game as I did it, with a walkthrough and the aforementioned cross-reference database at the same time. Now, I want to show you something. Sorry this is taking me so long. I'll just dump this here. Sure, that'll work. Now, this is not exactly the greatest thing in the known universe. I feel like this will get across something. I feel like this will be helpful information. Maybe. I don't know. I might be wrong. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Croatia! Wrong thing. Hang on. Sorry. This is Croatia. My bad. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Croatia. But that's not what I wanted to show you. What I want to show you was this. This is the map for Metroid Prime 1. A game which, for those who care, came out before this game. I should mention that this map is rotatable. And you can, like, move around on the map, too. Now, this is not the best 3D map made in the history of the ever. But this is a surprisingly serviceable and functional map. It shows the actual geometry of the rooms. It shows where the connecting points are, and, of course, what types of doors are in the way. And it also shows where you are, where you're facing, and it will show you other things on the map, like where you're going, or where certain things have been scanned, or whatever. So, it's not the greatest, but it still blows this completely out of the water. And as always, I like to do these side-by-side comparisons because it's just different when you have it in your head versus when you could literally see the difference in map design there. Oh, and by the way, this is for a fully 3D game. This is for a game that pretends it's 3D but is actually a 2D game. So there's that too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go add Octopath Traveler to the veto list. But yeah, no, so Octopath... did I finish explaining that? Octopath would be an arduous, aggravating game to go through, and it's also long. My playthrough of Octopath Traveler was 80 hours. 80 hours. No cheats, obviously. It didn't exist at the time. I could get rid of the blur problem, because I'd have to buy the game again, get it on PC, and do some I edits to get rid of the blur. But I could actually get rid of the blur. Oh, it was, yes, it was a lot of grind. And I keep putting that in quote unquotes, because leveling, again, does not actually get you anything in Octopath Traveler. It's all that cross-reference stuff I was referencing. You need to use the right skill on the right person at the right place, and get lucky, because there's some RNG chance involved, in order to get the equipment, items, and spells you need in order to actually progress in power. Now, there's two ways to do that. One is to have the aforementioned walkthrough and database. The other way is to use everything on everyone and hope for the best. Because remember, I mentioned in the middle that there are dice rolls involved in what you get. In some cases, you need something that's the rare drop. You only know that rare drop even exists if you have a guide telling you it's there. It's actually not as bad as the FF12 drop chance, but it's far less guided than the 12 drop chance. No, I actually agree with you, Savacom, overall. I might be willing to bend on some specific cases, because I always do things case by case, but... okay, so... all that out of the way. I'll put that towards Charge of Prodigy. Thank you, Ross, very much. Let's change my amulet. Let's see, I want to have a lightning element to my devil trigger. Cool, cool. Rebellion, very important. Handguns. Where's Trish? We could Dark Day, but, you know, we've just... we keep playing this wonderful... wonderful game. Yeah, so... I actually referenced this earlier if you were paying attention. I'm telling you, there's going to be a quiz. There's actually 3 playable characters here. Dante, Lucia, and Trish. Trish, unlike Lucia, has absolutely no presence in or impact upon the story. She's just a secret playable character. Hey, let me show off some really excellent gameplay here. I think I got them all. Nope, I missed one. Missed 2. Well, 3 occurred before 1, so yes, it was Unix. So, I should talk about timelines a little bit. This is still a lore run, after all. In the original setup, it was 3, 1, 2. But the thing is, 2 occurred quite a ways after 1. And Dante was old and depressed. Can I help you? So as I was trying to say, The original idea was that 2 was way into the future, like by quite a bit. And I actually did a little looking into this, and while 2 hasn't been officially retconned out of existence, it kinda has. It kind of doesn't matter anymore. And now it only occurs a little bit into the future of 1, as opposed to way in the future of 1. The reason this is relevant is because 4 and 5 now occur after 2. Which means this fits into the timeline even less than it already did. Which is pretty impressive when you think about it. Well, you're gonna have to check the document for the full potential list, Mr. Red. Oh my god, that's it. That's it. Dante just had dental surgery. And so he's sitting there going the whole time. And everyone's like, why isn't he talking? He's so cool. Shh, shh. Don't try to bother him. And that's just the whole game. Either that or Dante is on as many drugs as the developers were when they made this. No, I don't mean that the normal way. I mean that the developers were mainlining... They just had... what do you call them? They were intravenously taking in coffee in order to make this game. I will continue to not make fun of these developers because, God, these poor, poor people. That's a good point. But and the funny thing is, we know Dante would do charades. Because 4 exists. Oh, God, come on, camera. At least let me see where I'm going. I love how just pathetic of a lunge that is, by the way. Like, is that even... Does that qualify as a lunge? Thank you, Colored Master Spark. Always. I will jot that down for whatever you put it towards, which I'll find out in mere moments. Seconds. Towards Ninja, Gaiden, Sigma. And thank you for the well wishes. I'm gonna do my best. Yeah, come on, camera, work with me. Help me. Help you. Yeah, this is going to be a good example of that old adage. What's worse, boring or bad? Because this game is honestly a bit more boring than it is bad. We have even covered games that are worse than this game in our show. Games that have, you know, more bugs, or are less functional, or have worse combat, or, and so forth and so on, right? I mean, it always depends, because that's how my system works, but... Is this worse than a bad enemy, which is frustrating and irritating? Where are we? What? Why did this random house blow up that had this old woman in it who was guarding a passage under the ruins of the house that leads into this tomb? Sorry, I don't mean to think about the story or anything, but what? This Dark Day, no question. So, Devil Trigger is starting to mutate. Never a good sign. Mission complete. BS. It's okay, Cure White Noise. I understand. Hang on, Directy. Let me take a drink before I answer you there. I should probably actually improve the power of my guns, which costs 10,000 orbs. And there's honestly no reason to improve anything else. Even if I could, they cost 5,000. So, this is going to sound like a strange thing to complain about, but the costs of things is wrong in this game. In the first game, things were actually reasonably balanced. Not to the point where they were good, just to the point where, you know, obviously someone sat down and thought about how much what should cost and where. Here, it legitimately feels like they just said, throw a number at it. And it's always nice, big, round numbers, like 10,000. Yeah, balancing is one of the more time-consuming things when it comes to raw game design. Yeah, I did my hand stretches. Everything's gonna be fine. By the way, hi, Lava. I'm already vaguely nauseous playing this game. I don't mean like as a, oh, this game is bad. No, I mean actual, like, my stomach feels a little sick because of the camera. So, first boss fight. You ready for this? a good time to complain about something else. It's happened several times in this fight, although it wouldn't surprise you for not knowing it because it's been happening literally off camera. When you get knocked down, Dante has to do a little flourish to get up, like that. Now, if you time it right, you can get up quicker. If you don't, then it takes forever. That's very frustrating. There we go. I can find the double trigger button. They've moved the buttons around on me a little bit. Yeah, the main character's name is Dante. Wah, wah. So we're not actually at a certain point yet. I plan to point it out when we get there, but yeah, I got a story for you once we get there. Oh yeah, we played Dante in DMC. There it is. Alright, camera. Work with me. What extremely obvious thing am I missing? So I can't go through here. I mean, everything's overblown, but I still veto DMC, and I still stand by that 100%. I don't think you have the capacity to convince me to play that goddamn game. It's not like the game snuck into my room and stole my Pokemon or anything. But screw that game. Yep, nope, it just wants me to go back. Alright, whatever. I'm told the gameplay of DMC is competent. I emphasize that word. Not good, not great, not amazing, not fantastic. Competent. However, I am going off of other people's information on that because I've refused to play it. So, can't actually speak personally on that one. Well, if it makes you feel any better, okay, they definitely learned a lot of lessons from DMC. But again, I'm going to stop talking about... We're finally playing 2. We couldn't stop talking about 2 and 1. Now we can't stop talking about DMC and 2. I'm going to just moratorium on DMC. I'm just going to stop talking about it until we get to 5, which is where it'll actually be relevant. Don't worry, I got a speech for you. I was gonna say, you remember the days of FF13? We had that during the WoW lore run too. Everybody kept wanting to talk about warlords before we got there. I mean, it happens anytime we cover any franchise, and that makes sense. The worst or most controversial of a particular franchise is usually the biggest conversation point. And by their very nature, Twitch stream chat tends to be a dynamic thing as people enter and leave. So, like, 20 minutes from now, someone else is going to say something that's going to prompt us to talk about DMC again. That's how that works. Because they weren't here for the previous talk, or the previous talk, or the previous talk, or the previous talk. Have you noticed we've got a bit of the Dragon Age 2 problem here? Except for the fun. There's obviously no fun here, but you get the idea. Just, alright, you want to progress? Well, here's some more enemies. Alright, here's some more enemies. If you're paying attention, beat-em-up games in general, and DMC1 in particular, don't do this crap. Aww. I appreciate it, PB Good Faith. Yeah, and then we got to 13 and nobody had anything to talk about because we already talked about it. That's the real reason why I tend to try and avoid that. If we do that, when we get to the game in question, we have nothing to talk about. Because we already did it. I'll go ahead and take a drink. I'll think about it, Mass. No promises. You like how even though we've changed areas, it's still just brown? It's just... You know how there's that one director at the animation studio who made the Star Trek The Animated Series, who either was colorblind or stupid, or whatever story actually is true. We talk about that during the Ruminations. And so everything ended up pink in the animated series. Remember that? I sometimes wonder if the developer of this game just didn't understand what any color was other than brown. Is that a particular form of color blindness where all you can see is brown? Yeah, we just had a boss fight with a monkey. For some reason. Current should work, although notes works as well. Oh yeah, one of my favorite things is you jump to shoot. And sometimes it works. And then sometimes it doesn't. I'm actually not even 100% sure why. What's my objective? I think I'm trying to reach the evil corporate guy. Well, that's several different direction changes with no variance, so I have no idea. I know there's a way to shoot down, and I know I always do it when I don't want to. Yeah, down was my first thought. That wasn't it. That. We will actually need that. This game is extremely unbalanced in terms of its difficulty curve. Which is ironic, but still true. Let's press and hold. Let's press and hold down. Yeah, random thought. Nope. Still no. Still no. Whatever. Figure it out at some point. I love how Kay just feels the need to try and be as positive as possible to offset how absolutely terrible this game is. I appreciate it, Kay. I'm not actually making fun. It's a nice effort. A failed one, but a nice one. Okay, there's absolutely no reason I need to do this puzzle from any logic perspective whatsoever. I could literally make that jump right there. Like, I could try to go up, and like, I could easily grab that ledge. Including me! Because I will unashamedly bash this game for being garbage, because it's garbage. I am nice, tolerant, understanding, and kind, but this game's trash. Understandable. But yeah. Actually, ironically, Dark Day, it would be easier... This is going to sound like an insult, which is good, because I mean it that way. If I was to compare this to a Star Trek film, I would say this is like Star Trek Generations. There's all the reasons in the world for why it is the way it is. But it doesn't change the fact that it is the way it is. No, not that I'm aware of, Dark Day. Okay. Hello, Zalok. I don't know and know respectively, Mr. Red. So, if the first game didn't get a plus for best try, this one super duper does not. Behold the extensive lore of Devil May Cry 2. You know what my strongest memory of Highlander 2 is? My mother complaining that it exists at all because, in her opinion, the series should have ended with 1. Like, logically, in-universe perspective. Oh! Sure, Salok. I've actually held on to those numbers, in case anyone wants them. So we died 45 times in Quest for Glory 1, 39 in Quest for Glory 2, 11 in Quest for Glory 3, and 8 in Quest for Glory 4. Fun fact, over half of those deaths in the first game were in the final 3 screens. No. Plutonia. Because the whole point of being a punching bag is you're at the point where nobody gives a crap about a terrible game that can't defend itself, because who gives a crap? The whole point of a punching bag is it's okay. Now, if you want to defend the game, then we have to rescind its punching bag status. Which I suppose we could argue. It's not going to salvage any of the negatives I'm going to shotgun at this game. But we could argue to not give it the tag, if you will. So anyways, there's our sprint. I honestly forgot about this, too. Yeah, I need to switch to it. I don't remember how. There we go. No, Dark Day. I don't believe he's even referenced in this one. I actually agree with you, Mr. Red. I just wasn't going to jot it down yet, although I probably should so I don't forget. No, I said learn. Yeah, you're going to have your fill of Virgil when we get to 3. That's all I'm going to say about that. Oh, Dante would be whatever the cool Pokemon are. Doesn't matter their type. Doesn't matter their generation. Doesn't matter anything else. All he cares about is how cool they are. That's a good question, Evo. Do me a favor. Type into chat right now, Evo. Exclamation mark, notes. Then click the link that pops up. And then return that question upon thyself. I don't know why I'm putting question marks here. I know exactly where this is all coming from. I remember this part. This is a very common problem in DMC2. So there's this thing called balancing. Most people tend to think of balancing as in combat, but there's actually all kinds of balancing that goes into game design. Platforming, balancing needs to be a thing. Timing, puzzles, hints, who you can interact with when. There's all kinds of work that goes into making sure a game is properly balanced, regardless of the genre. Balancing, more than anything else in game design, takes one thing more than anything else. And I'm going to say more than anything else one more time, just to really hammer this point in, because it's really important. It takes time. There are quite a few elements of DMC2 which are not balanced. This is one of them. Could this game ever not been garbage? Do me a favor, go rewatch the first 10 minutes of this very VOD, Mr. Red. And then return thy question upon thyself. I think I just failed it. Yep, I did. Yeah, this game was... Someone shoved a nail into the leg of this horse before it left the gate. And I'm going with that horribly visceral imagery because I really need you to understand just how much this was screwed over. I mean, it is. It's just... Speaking as someone who refuses to ever play DMC, I still think that's, you know, a better game than this. But then again, I've played this, so I can make that judgment. You know, I've wondered that. And if you go watch the first 10 minutes of the VOD, Mr. Red... game? You're gonna let me... So, it's okay. Did you see that? Do you see how long it took me to get back up into I can actually do something status? That's kind of what I was talking about earlier. You know what, hang on. Let's really show this off. This is a boss battle. I'm gonna die to because I keep hitting the wrong button. I've done it like 15 times in this fight alone. Wow. Oh, I'm going to die in this game. I guarantee it with total certainty. Hey, I did the shoot down thing when I didn't want to again. Perfect. Honestly, I'm mostly just farming Devil Trigger right now. A little bit more. That should be good. It was not good. Correct, Alex. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to manually change targets, and it doesn't look like it's going to let me. Oh, wait. No, that didn't do it. Yeah, I cannot just change targets. Well, I put on some kind of a show. I should also mention the dodge gives really weird iframes. I don't want to say inconsistent iframes, it's more like there's just very few of them, and it's not where in the roll you'd think they'd be. True, I can get poisoned. No, I get shoved out hard when I try to get up there without actually having weakened the tentacles first. Hang on, I'm not being completely boring. I have an idea here. Oh, don't worry, there's a much better boss in this game. What's the lore behind this boss? You know, that's a good question. It's in some kind of water facility. And, it's probably a demon. Oh god, I literally just unclenched. Because of the audio. I didn't even realize I was clenching. Ooh, okay. Now, to be completely fair, you can see the beginnings of actual cinematography in directing style every now and again. It's usually literally only for a second or two. But they do it. Just you can tell there's little snippets of, hang on, like that tiny little shot back to him revving the thing before immediately going back to the main shot. There's a timing and a tempo to that. It actually works quite well. And of course, you know, we will see a lot more of that in future games. All three of them. What was the boss I just fought? No, yeah, this, ironically, this is a really strange thing, because usually you look at an alpha of a game and it's unplayable. But this is one of those strange examples of an alpha of a game that's fully functional. It is absent, but it's functional. Hang on, I'm looking out. I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. That was the something or other. Jokat Giguyagigiblarg Blukilarg. Okay, so here it is. The extremely in-depth, behind-the-scenes lore of this creature. Alright, I hope you enjoyed that. See you around, Dakota. I literally just looked it up. Not just to look up its name, but to see if there was any lore behind it. I've jotted down a potential negative for Dante, yeah, because, yeah. It's going to increase the guns. We could increase the shotgun, but why would we do that? We need to have more handgun power, and then we need to save up 30,000. Go watch the first 10 minutes of the body, though. I actually discussed that pretty much in length right off the bat. So, something approaching actual level design. Enjoy it while it lasts. It will not be here long. If you're paying attention, we're already up to regular trash mobs that have multiple health bars. You're probably thinking, but lore, we already had that 2 missions ago. In which case, I'm going to be very proud of you for actually paying attention. Yes, that's right. We actually have already had multiple health bar trash. Quite a while ago. So wolves are just not worth meleeing. That's why I'm not even going to bother. I'm just not even going to try. Okay, I'm only filling these wolves with literally hundreds of bullets. I'm sure they wouldn't jingle when they walk around. Okay. Then we're in Ion Fury. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Aesthetics are aesthetics whenever a game came out. I've seen PS2 games that look great. And PS1. And SNES, and NES, and you get the idea. Design is design, as I am fond of saying. Well, most beat-em-up games do that, Evo. I'm not sure I'm super in favor of it, but it's basically the same thing as having a random encounter in an RPG. Or an encounter in an RPG. It's complete the encounter to progress. So I wouldn't say I have a universally negative reaction to it, just that it's a reaction. One moment, please. Question man just was like, hey, lore! And I'm like, okay, shush. There. Quit whining at me. Question man, jeez Louise. There we go. Hey, Blue Wolf Alex. I strongly recommend you immediately stop watching the stream. It's the Google refresh thing, Zalok. Question Man did exactly what he was supposed to be. So, did you like that? I bothered to do that because I wanted to show off how they have this giant open arena for no reason. Big empty space. Nothing there. Not even a bonus thing. And yes, that's the gorilla boss that we've already fought. So there's that repeating boss thing that we've already talked about. This is doubly funny, considering the fact that everyone's talking about, axing a boss. Yeah, we're up. We have fought 2 bosses. We're already reusing them. That's true, Dark Day. And to be fair, I've given almost every iteration of that a negative. What I find really funny is after this, Itsuno basically begged to be able to make a real game. And they actually let him. Stop trying to speed this up. Hello, Morganite. Oh, that's our first death. Excellent. Do not play this game, Morganite. So did you notice how I was in the middle of the dodge roll and I still got hit by it? That's what I meant about the iframes being weird. DMC5, well, I shouldn't say anything, but I anticipate it's going to score really highly. Like 200 plus highly. Not sure about the rest of the series, but I have a decent amount of confidence in 5. See rounds low. So that's a tank. So now we're going to have another boss immediately after the last one. This is a good time to mention that the enemy AI is not really functional. Like, it doesn't work right. I've actually shown it off a couple of times, but there's circumstances where you can just stand there and the enemy does not know you're there. Like, they don't know how to process that you exist. I'm going to complain about the fact that the other tank is shooting me through that tank. Let's roam this way a little bit, shall we? Oh, we're dead. So, I wanted to show this off at least at some point, so... Of all the many negatives in this game, one thing I will not give is for the checkpoints, believe it or not. I know it's shocking. There are checkpoints. It's weird. Thank you, Reggie. Oh, and if you're wondering, yes, that is the one positive I was thinking about giving this game, is the checkpoints. I'll probably show this off whether I want to or not later. Because I will actually die a lot in this game, to be completely honest with you. I know that sounds strange for a game this boring and easy, but the problem is this game is so boring, it's so easy to die in it, especially since almost every enemy in the game, yes, all of them, are overtuned. So I'll put a question mark there. Did I already? I did not. No, yeah, it's easy to understand why it's hard to play well in a game like this. It's just... Like, I mean, there's no playing well for that matter. There's just not dying. So anyways... Hi. You're probably thinking, why did the first tank do that? So, the enemy actions are decided almost entirely based on RNG. There's no scripting. There's no if-thens. There's no, alright, the enemy's here, therefore I should do this kind of stuff. There's no logic chain, right? It's literally just roll a dice, that determines the attack I do. You may have noticed that earlier, too, when the first tank would bounce back and forth between shooting and flamethrowing for no logical reason whatsoever. First of all, that scene is awesome, okay? Second of all, wow. Yes and yes, respectively, Baron. It is exactly as unpleasant as it sounds. I have said more than once that probably part of the reason I am so workers' rights and pro-worker is because I've been one for pretty much all my life. I mean, what's the first job I ever had in my life? That is not level design! Sorry. That's for the highlight reel. Just, I wanted to show off that whole highway of nothing. No, I mean from my perspective, Dark Day, not like chronologically speaking. Yeah, you like running around massive empty spaces, right? Don't worry. It gets worse. Who's ready for the same cutscene? I'm pretty sure, again, we've got that 4 to 6 month thing to consider. I'm pretty sure they literally animated this cutscene once and just copy-pasted it each time. Now, we can hit harder, I think? God, I'm not even sure. Hit, yep, we now have the ability to hit harder. That was cool. Water and nuts. I've tried that diet. That didn't work out. So, there it is. Probably the most memed on enemy in the game. This is the infested helicopter. So I mentioned earlier that I started doing the... I mentioned earlier that I started doing the all-gun playthrough at a certain point throughout the game. Because up until a certain point in the game, I had been meleeing, because of course I had. I played DMC 1 before I played DMC 2. So, this is the exact moment I started choosing the gun. And I never stopped, really. I just kind of shot my way through the entire rest of the game. Also, yeah, the helicopter is infested. Look, you can see the eyeball on its side. Well, it's on its starboard side, so you can't see it right now, but it's there, trust me. tanks were faster. That's why this is the moment I changed direction on that Euro. In fairness, it took me several aborted attempts of trying to melee this stupid copter. Well, you see, Evo. The demons who are crying. I think it's actually visible again. Nope, I'm wrong. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's still my cry too. Of course, the office is on fire. Notice its health has been completely reset, regardless of how the previous fight went. Now, that might make sense if it's actually a separate helicopter, which wouldn't surprise me because this is not the last time we're fighting this stupid thing. There's actually a decent chance I will die here. Each time you go up a level, the flames go up a level too. So, let's see how I do here. You see how the flames went up just because the camera went up? Because I technically went up a level, even though I didn't actually stick the landing. Well, that's a thing that happened. Do you remember where this is? Because I do. Wow. This is 3 tanks and 2 copters ago, if you're paying attention. Well, there's the only positive I was planning to give this game. So, how about that World Cup that may or may not still be going? I haven't really been paying attention to it. By the way, I like how one of the machine guns hitting me is coming from about 5 feet off the tank. Either that or the animation's just so bad that it's actually not conveying that properly, which is very possible. Yeah, we'll play Go Fish. Anybody got any threes? Very well, Alex. For you, Alex. Not for honor, but for you. I will give this game 107 positives. And for your wife, 107 negatives. Oh, you notice how my combo score is going up just from just doing this? We're up to S. Yeah, also, no offense, dude, but if your wife was into this, we need to have a chat. Like, I try not to be judgmental about personal tastes, but your wife has no taste. Like, what the crap? That's just harsh, Cashel. Fair, but harsh. So here's the really funny part. I don't remember which of these helicopter fights you actually have to fight. Like, I know you have to at some point. It's time to let the Wookiee, and by the Wookiee, of course, I mean the, frickin' helicopters, infested helicopters, win. What? Yeah, generated art is an abomination that we should be destroyed immediately. Any questions? Look, Return of the Jedi had ATSTs. What more do you want, Casual? Notice its health is getting reset each one of these times, even if we kill it each time. Which would make for 4 separate times you can kill this stupid thing. help you? Villain says, "No, I'm an enemy in a Devil May Cry game. A Devil May Cry 2 game. There is no helping me." I mean, this is all kind of stupid, but at least we're done with that stupid helicopter, right? Like, that's gotta count for something. It's true, Alex. I was the Loch Ness Monster the entire time. What a twist. It's okay. We actually have to fight the thing this time. Hi, Walker. You asked the other day how long the streaming break is going to be. The answer is, as always, admittedly, until we're done. I don't even have an estimate. So. I've got a shotgun, Yuri, which is not upgraded. Correct. And the streaminations will be starting, too. I think the game is trying to make me fall asleep, and that way it'll beat me. I also think it's working. Yeah, the DMC block being shoved forward rearranged the schedule a little bit, Evo. Okay, Alex, we're almost done with this time of fighting the ineffective helicopter. Correct, this is a thank you stream to Bragwin, Raximus, and Valvedrix. For being a mod, and being a mod, respectively. This was the last, or excuse me, second to last of the thank you streams. What? Dad! Dad! Save me, Dad! Alright, this is it. The in-depth lore of the game. You ready for this? Hang on, let me upgrade first. Okay, so let me have nowhere near enough things to upgrade. Okay, here we go. Behold the glory! Yeah, you were expecting a cutscene, weren't you? What game did you think you were playing? Yeah, so if you were paying attention to that, I do want you to really think about this. We started off on ground level in the streets, chased an helicopter to the top of a building, then to a second building, and then to a third building, killed it, and jumped down to the ground level, where we started. Anyways. I'm trying to remember. There's actually a meme about this, about Depression Dante. Oh my god, is it a cutscene? Is he gonna say his fourth line of the game? Nope! We're still at 3 lines. So I hope you enjoyed that invigorating boss fight, because now it's immediately time for another. Which, if you're paying attention, is now 3 boss fights in a row. Oh my god, it's the last boss of Mass Effect 2. You realize I'm back here, right? Do you realize I'm back here? I'm not sure he does. Look at him! I need to add to this. I've been letting some of these bosses sit without commentary because it speaks so much for itself. This doesn't really require analysis. It's just, look at it. And we're dead. Let's see where our checkpoint is. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nope, there are no options. It's actually pretty rare we skip a game, even a bad game. We're not even halfway through this nonsense. Makes you curious. Yeah, looks like it's doing more damage. Christ, it took so long to get up, I actually got hit by the attack again. Bounty Hunter was a bit unique. Probably recent on people's memories, but still a unique scenario. Do I even have a healing item? I do. You like that boss death animation? Yep, who's ready for story? Although first, I need to check something. I do need to increase that gauge. So we're gonna go and do that. Yeah, we'll go and do that too, while we're here. This is it. Story time! Okay, there's an oil derrick. Oh my god, it's Fallout 2. So did you like that story? Hope you enjoyed that. See, Django gets it. I remember that final boss better than the rest of this game with Unix. It will not score particularly well. We're not doing the ultra no really final boss. God, that would be so terrible. And then an infested helicopter swoops in. Hey, guess who's back? Anyways, I was gonna look something up. What was I gonna look up? This game is breaking my brain. Here, just to save you guys, I'm gonna turn down the audio volume on your end. I will continue here at full volume because I must torture myself for your amusement. Dancing monkey, etc. No, Maz. God, no. Oh, and I'm not going to give a negative for absence of dialogue. When that deserves to be under something else. Actually, shoot. Hang on. Let me think about that for a minute. Let's take a trip down hypothetical lane for just a moment. Let's assume that we're reviewing a game called Paper Mario Sticker Star. And this is a game which is terrible in many, many, many ways. And I spit at it because it's awful. But I want to point to one very specific and relevant fact of Sticker Star. Bowser, one of the most interesting, engaging, well-fleshed out, and in-depth characters of the Mario RPGs, has exactly 0 lines of dialogue in Paper Mario Sticker Star. On the one hand, you could just say that that fits under character, but as we've established many times through precedence, negatives can blossom out into separate categories for something that is sufficiently bad. And at that point, for something in that specific type of scenario, for a pre-established character who already has that kind of... Why did they respawn? I didn't even leave the room. I didn't even leave the room! For a pre-established character... Camera? Oh my god, this game is trying to kill me, literally. For a pre-established character, in a pre-established genre, in a pre-established franchise, so violently going against the norm, in a way, specifically, that detracts from the narrative, so it is a negative, one way or the other, and it's against the norm, and it's got precedence, that feels like that would get a separate negative for dialogue, in addition to the negative for character, in my book. What do you guys think, though? And that's obviously relevant here, because Dante has said, count 'em, 3 lines of dialogue so far. And all of them have been bad. Yeah, 11 words, 3 lines. Even if we ignore the Mario RPGs, Bowser has more dialogue in Mario Galaxy than Dante has in Devil May Cry 2. The Better Than Kaim Award. Savacom is feeling vicious today. Do you have coffee? We need to get Savacom coffee or she's gonna come after me next. Oh. Yeah, we had no music. Now we've got a new category. No dialogue. Ooh, chocolate. Delicious cocktail. He's the main character from Drakengard, Ball. He doesn't talk because he traded his voice to a dragon. Look, it's one of those games, okay? It would take a minute to describe. No, Caius won't shut up. And he's kind of a dick. Are you gonna go, Savacom? Or are you gonna do the much cooler kids thing and watch me play D&D with my friends? I honestly, if you're gonna watch a D&D session, watch last week's. We came literally within a couple of dice rolls of TPKing. I'm a little astonished we didn't. Can I think of an example of a good example of a good mute character? Link. Also, arguably Gordon Freeman. The Doomslayer is another perfect example of that. Now, you'll notice in all three characters I just mentioned, what they do is they try to characterize them in some other way. So they have characters. Like, there is characterization there. They just don't speak. Chrono is a typical Dragon Quest character, which means he doesn't really have much characterization to him. You don't play Dragon Quest games to have an interesting main character. Dragon Quest main characters are deliberately blank slates, so you can, what do they call it, imprint yourself upon the main character and pretend you're the one who's there instead of them. In fact, that's what you're supposed to do. I will admit I've never done that, but that is the intent. Dude, Morn won't shut up. Oh, so a character who's mute, not just a character who doesn't speak. Can you name a character who is mute, other than Kain? 'Cause I can't. I can't even think of an example of that off the top of my head. Oh yeah, so our first bit of visual storytelling in the entire game. A pit with some dude in it, and some, like, test tubes, and just... It's a Hojo room. What do you want from me? It's a Hojo room. I love how the lighting is so badly designed here that it doesn't properly spread to the two different parts of the room there. Wait, who did you mention, Alex? I guess technically Link is mute in one of the games, Breath of the Wild. I'm not going to count that, though. I think that's stupid. Stupid answers do not count. Jack? Jack's not mute, is he? He's just a silent protagonist. Jack's actually... I honestly missed that. Why is he mute? Did not know. Well, there you go. We're up to a grand total of 3 mute characters. They all suck. Let this be a lesson. Mute people suck. Hi, Spartan. I'll be completely honest, the only Jack game I've played, one, did not give me anything that I would refer to as characterization for Jack, so I can't speak to that. And obviously I haven't played the other ones. I do like food. Well, I like the culture of food. The relevance of food. I'm actually not a big fan of food itself. I'd be okay with never having to eat again. Can I think of an example where a silent protagonist would be better if they talked? World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Chrono Trigger, every Dragon Quest game, Half-Life. Help me out, what are some other silent protagonists? Every every Obsidian, god damn it, every Bethesda game. Yep, Persona 5, I would agree with that as well. We super do not, Reggie. Pokemon, yep, I would agree with that too. Hello, Emerald Chaos. Welcome to my special hell. Wait. Did I misread your question? Can you think of an example where a silent protagonist would be better than if she talked? Okay, I completely misread that. Sorry. So, examples where a silent protagonist works better than... Hang on. So, hold on. Your question's actually confusing me now. Are you talking about games that have talking protagonists where they should be silent? Or are you talking about examples of silent protagonists where it worked better than if they had voice? Okay. Doomslayer. That's it. No, I'm good with that, Plutonia. I legitimately think that pretty much every other example of a silent protagonist, even the ones that work, would be better if they were voiced. Obviously, this is presuming they were voiced properly. Look, Wheatley's amazing and all, but banter is a separate positive category for a reason, you know? Not particularly, no, Huthor. All silent really is less work for the developers. That's valid, but that doesn't make the game better. And the only times it works is with the extra effort is put into making it work, which honestly is in the minority, I would say. So there's the main villain of the game. This is the first time we've seen him. Dig his haircut. Hope you enjoyed that cutscene. Where are we at? Nowhere. So, there's the main villain. Check out that hair.
Well, what have we here?
Do you have to ask?
Maybe another time.
Dad? Sorry, that's a dumb joke. See, I'm kind of in a similar perspective, but with an extra layer there for me, Huthor. If a character has character, most of the time I would prefer they be properly voiced. If a character does not have character, then I think they should have character. I used to be on a slightly different stance on that, but the older I get and the more I analyze fiction, the more I disagree with younger me. And, you know, make the stance I just told you about 5 seconds ago. Admittedly, a little bit of analyzing FF14 earlier this year really solidified that opinion for me. The amount of times the story sucked, specifically because we either weren't a character or were not a part of the scene, that happened pretty often. See, admittedly, Huthor, I don't really agree with that anymore. The idea that a blank slate character can work. And I tend to point to every Dragon Quest game as my main example of that. Also, so we're now out on the... We got out to the oil rig. I could get a blue orb. I think I'm going to save for the shotgun, though. Actually, yeah, Franklin... So, let's use a counter-example here. Franklin over in GTA 5 is a perfect example of why I tend to be against the idea of characters not having character. You'll notice Franklin is both well acted, I might add, and well animated, but he is an absence of character. He is the blank slate. The story of GTA is the story of Michael and Trevor. Franklin is the player character. And you can tell, I've discussed this, I've done a lore run of the game. The game is clearly structured around that. But it just doesn't work. It feels out of place and off in a series that is as story-focused as the GTA series arguably always has been. I know the old joke is GTA has lore, but the thing is GTA Super does have lore and a strong story focus, and always has. So just having that silent character there doesn't really work. I say silent. Non-characterized character is what I meant.
Caution.
Caution what? From a story point of view? I don't... How does Mythic Plus have anything to do with story? Warning what? Caution, you were playing Devil May Cry 2. Well, okay, that's a thing. GTA 5 is very much one of the games I expect to sit at the top of the golden number list, absolutely.
Warning.
I will be quite surprised if it doesn't retake that slot. Keep hitting the wrong button. No, you're fine, Yura. I just am hitting the wrong button over and over again. There we go. It's actually hard to tell where I'm going now. It was already kind of blurry and kind of brown, but now it's just kind of blurry and kind of blurry and kind of brown and kind of brown.
Warning.
Oops. I mean, we could come up with a lower reason for the Mythic Plus stuff. In fact, there's already one I've got pre-baked. I forget where it comes from. But it boils down to the idea that, you ever see a speedrun? Not an any percent a speedrun or an out-of-bounds speedrun. Just like a player who races through a Mario game or a Mega Man game very, very well, right? In my mind, that's kind of always been the lore of what happens, you know, that Rock is just that good, and that Mario is just that good to just kind of stomp everything in his way, right? At least in some games. Obviously, it doesn't apply universally. So, to apply this to WoW, something that I've always kind of had the mental presumption of is that the hard modes is what actually happens, right? So instead of, I don't know, I can't think of a good... Instead of normal dead mines, heroic dead mines or whatever would be what I would consider to be what actually happened in lore, right?
Warning.
Another example of that is the Kingdom Hearts series, where almost every boss in the franchise has another version of themselves, which is a optional super hard fight version of that same fight. And that's what I consider to be the in-lore version of that fight. And yeah, FF14 does something similar to this, too. No, Dr. Winter. Being a warlock just means being someone who utilizes fel energy, regardless of how or where or anything like that. Now, they can have a patron, and they might have a battery, because fel energy burns life energy in order to exist. It's not easily replenishable. Triangle? Jordan? Why would you put cure on anything other than triangle? I can see this stupid thing that's dealing with me here. Okay.
Warning.
Not tell where I'm going. Okay. Okay, so this is where I came out. That is an answer I can't give you right now because that's an extraordinarily complex topic, Dr. Winter. The easiest answer is that they are not. Oh my god, game. These birds are gonna kill me. Okay. I don't know what to do here. So we're just gonna do this whole section over again when we fail it in a minute. Or 7. Nope, still locking onto the guy up in the thing. I mean, one of my biggest complaints for a long time about WoW is that they don't do what, to be blunt as I can about this, FF14 does and maintain their old content as current relevant. I know there's limits to that, but FF14 does a much better job of making you aware of the fact that other content exists, as opposed to whatever's in the latest expansion or the latest patch. Oh, there's no way, Yura. I mean, this isn't a long game, but... But yeah, I have always disagreed with WoW's stance on that. I've even seen the interviews where the developers flat out say, we want players to focus on the new content. We don't want them doing the old content. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's really dumb. Do you have 2 brain cells, Mr. Developer? No, no, you don't! Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, that explains everything. Look, I'm playing Devil May Cry 2. I don't have a lot of filters right now. Okay, how do I turn on the goddamn... I'm gonna Google this. How do I turn on these stupid things? Devil May Cry 2 walkthrough. I don't know what mission I'm on. Okay, so that's the building boss, which we already did. That's the stupid mission. And then there's the boss. So we're here. We're in mission 9. I need to strike the thing, but I can't because it's auto-targeting the goddamn birds who are infinitely spawning. This is hysterical. Now, there is apparently a way I could trick into doing this. By doing that. The fact that the walkthrough specifically mentions use this trick to force your character to attack in the direction you're facing rather than your lock-on to hit these things says everything I think it needs to. In fact, while we're here, let's go jot down some negatives, shall we? I love jotting down negatives. It's what makes waking up in the morning really worthwhile. You know what I mean? Okay, so I need to find the third one, because there's this one. Go. Let's see if I can find... If anybody can see one of those damn things in this extremely hard to see, blurry, brown and red atmosphere of death, please feel free to point it out to me. Because I am on a timer, and I really would rather not do this whole level again. I know it's hard to see with the camera being the camera. See, the camera had a couple of fights with its dad, and, you know, it really wants to prove that it can do all those big fancy effects that all those big cinematic cameras do in other better games, and, well, it can't because it has no talent hacks, so, it's got this kind of problem where it's just trying so hard, and it's just failing miserably because it sucks. Oh my god, what? Oh god. Oh god. That's an interesting question, Mr. Red. Which I'll talk about more in the next game, but the quick answer is no. Yep, no, I'm still... Where is it? It doesn't look like it's actually up. I was just guessing anyways. Well... Well, see, the thing is, what Devil May Cry 2 did was it attached Itsuno to the series. And Itsuno was sufficiently fascinated with the series that he wanted to do his own take on it. Now, oh, for God's sakes. Hang on. There we go. Jeez, that still took me several tries. The thing is, Itsuno is obviously great, but the thing is, even ignoring the quality of it, Itsuno is Devil May Cry. DMC1 is kind of an early weirdness kind of a thing, right? As so many first games in a genre, or excuse me, in a franchise tend to be. Itsuno is the one who actually put the Devil May Cry flair into Devil May Cry. And he is the one who made 3 and 4 and 5. Hell, he's even the guy who did the consulting on the combat for DMC DMC.
Warning.
What's funny is I could see the mentality too, right? I could do better than this. Boss, give me a chance. And the boss said, well, this sold 1.7 million copies, so sure. I'll allow that. The hell was that nonsense? Oh, right, we got the wind effect going on.
Warning.
Camera? Camera, you don't want to show me where I'm going instead of where I've been? That might be a little useful. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Anything in here?
Warning.
Well, no, exactly, Remote Chaos. That's, as I was talking about earlier, that's a very, very, very easy to track trend in game sales. If something was well beloved, its sequel will probably sell well. If it wasn't, then it won't.
Warning.
I was too, Maz. 3 didn't sell that well. No, it continued to follow the pattern. At first. Once they re-released 3 sold like gangbusters. Because 3 is good. And time and word of mouth got the word out that 3 was good, and so a lot of people bought 3 when they could. 5 is still the best-selling in the series, which is interesting, considering 5 follows DMC DMC. But 5 had 2 things going for it. One, it came out in the era where Capcom was nailing it across the board. And 2, the marketing around 5 was exactly what it needed to be. But I'll get to that when we get to there. Now, I got a couple donations in the middle of that I was, well, I don't want to say ignoring, but I was kind of busy. Really didn't want to do that stage again. So first of all, thank you, JDG Jordan, very much. Always appreciate those bits. Cures belong on triangles. I will put that for Dragon Quest V. And Golvai decided to show up out of nowhere. Thank you very, very much, Golvai. I get some flack for this. Golvai donated for Starfield. I am legitimately excited for Starfield. I am hyped, as I like to say. I hope it's at least half as good as I think it could be. Mission 12. How many missions are there in this? There's at least 2 missions we haven't even gotten to yet. That I remember quite distinctly. Do I have faith in Todd Howard? Now, that's an interesting question. Let me ask you something, Huthor. Let's say there's someone who isn't really what you'd call a great developer, but they're not a bad developer, and they're now working on something they very much care about and has been a passion project of them for literal years, if not decades. Do you have faith in that project? There are 18 missions, which is what I was looking up. Oh, I'm sorry. I do hope you recover swiftly, Golvig. I've been fighting off something lately, too, which hasn't been helping while I've been playing this game, which is literally making me nauseous. Are we at? Yes, we can upgrade the shotgun, even though we just got the rocket launchers. We're going to hold off on that for a second. I also tend to get flack for this, but I tend to not be as negative towards Todd Howard as most people do. I think that's probably because I don't attribute most of the bad stuff in that series to him, like a lot of people do. No judgment, it's just I've never really heaped scorn upon him like I can do other people like Peter Molyneux, who is a goddamn con artist. Or the Mass Effect guy, I can't even think of his name, who is a freaking liar. No. Casey Hudson. Thank you, Lava Dude. The guy who was a proven liar. I think it was Casey, when it come to Mass Effect 3. Yeah, ironically, the thing Todd is best at, and I mean this with total sincerity, is for being a face. He is the face of Bethesda, for good and for bad. And he's good at it. The man has really some very genuine, natural charisma, and he knows how to play to a crowd. He knows how to do the interviews, and he knows how to take the punches. Ironically, and I've said this before, when I take over the world, I'm probably going to push Todd out of development on Bethesda and just turn him into the PR guy, because he's good at it. I don't know specifically. No, Dark Day. We talked about that during the Mass Effect lore run, and the Mass Effect review series, and the Mass Effect Ruminations. See, Huthor gets it. But in all sincerity, I do have legitimate hope for Starfield, and it's not just because of Todd, one direction or the other. Multiple of the staff at Bethesda, the core Bethesda team, have said multiple times that they really do want to make Starfield, and they have wanted to make it for years, and that, you know, honestly, a lot of the stuff they've been doing over the last several years has been to make Starfield. You'll notice I haven't even mentioned Elder Scrolls 6, because I have no faith in that whatsoever. Now, this is presumption and analysis, but I get the very strong vibe from most of the core development team from every interview I've ever read about them or seen about them, that they don't really care about Elder Scrolls. It's the day job. You know what I mean? It's the thing you do to pay the bills so you can do the other stuff you want to. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want about that, but to put it in simple terms, it's Voyager versus Deep Space Nine. Honestly, I don't blame you, Plutonia. Really. It's very clear if you look at it that Skyrim and Fallout 4 were both testing ideas for Starfield. Like, it's super obvious. But it's a damn shame, because I'd rather put, you know, Elder Scrolls and Fallout in the hands of people who want to make those games and get those games, rather than people who are doing it because it's a 9 to 5. Now, the other side of this, and I'm going to get some flack for this, is that there's nothing necessarily wrong with doing your job as your 9 to 5. Like, plenty of decent quality products have been made in such a manner. It's just, you know, not exactly ideal. I should probably clip all that. So I'm trying to find whatever I'm looking for here. It's actually extraordinarily hard to keep track of where I am, because the camera just cannot decide what particular brand of nausea it's going to throw at me in a moment. And it's also very dark and brown. I love dark and brown. It is coarse, it is irritating, and it gets everywhere. Oh yeah, speaking of which, while we're on the subject. Who would I give Elder Scrolls to? Me. Oh, you mean other than me? God, that's actually a good question. My first thought, just off the top of my head, is Larian. I feel like they would probably have the combination of the passion and the interest and the talent in order to make a good Elder Scrolls game. Sorry, Lava Dude, I didn't mean to drag you into this. Golvike donate for Starfield. What do you want from me? See, I was debating Obsidian, but as weird as it may sound, I wouldn't do that primarily because I want Obsidian to work on other things. In fact, there's two specific things I want Obsidian to develop. That being Tyranny. I want my Tyranny too, damn it. But I also want them to keep going with the Outer Worlds. So I wouldn't give it to them, not because I don't trust them, but because they're busy. Metaphorically. Now, Fallout, I know exactly what I'd give Fallout to. That's easy. I just don't remember their names. It's the people who made Wasteland 3. In Exile, I think. I had issues with Wasteland 3, but it's probably one of the better Fallout games I've ever played. So... okay, this is really frustrating. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yep, okay, this is a timing puzzle. Because of course it is. But yeah, in total contrast to Starfield, I have no hope, no expectation of nothing when it comes to Elder Scrolls 6. Put bluntly, as of this moment, I wouldn't even buy Elder Scrolls 6 unless you guys pay me to. Now, we'll see in about 10 years when it actually comes out, but... what? What? And that's the other thing. One of the biggest reasons why I don't really talk much about Elder Scrolls 6. Elder Scrolls 6 is so far out at this point as to be meaningless. Seriously. Okay. Could you not? disagree with that, but okay. Yeah, it's almost like they knew the guns were the only part that actually mattered in this game. And they just designed the whole game around it. Okay, really, game? No, oh my god. I think I might not need to stop using the rocket launcher. Just because it animation locks you for a long time after you fire. Like a really long time. I'm so sorry, Grumpai. I'm so sorry. I did my best. Kill them all. I did my best. God damn you, game. You want to target the boss, game? No, of course you don't. Okay. Die. I feel like I'm fighting the camera substantially more than I'm fighting the larva, that's for certain. I'm not even joking about that. And we're dead. Wow! Okay. First of all, let's switch this out. And sorry, no, I didn't see your question, Zactaft. Wow, could not even react in time. Just instantly you're eaten. There goes about a quarter of your life bar. Actually, that's about a third. Just gone. Do you mind? Whoever programmed this camera, I'd like to introduce them to this brand new concept I just came up with. It's called eyes. I think it could really revolutionize things. Okay. Nope. Yeah. I do not have any more healing items. That was a boss fight. Technically. So the reason we fought that thing was because when we left this area, we got sucked down to that area where we had to fight that thing. Any questions? Dibits. Oh, I don't have to, Damashi. Well, you see pillars of snow. They were aliens, alright? Now, these aliens were busy dropping off the frog on the way to reunite with the dragon. But unfortunately, the aliens kind of missed. They accidentally got Dante, and they're like, oh crap, what do we do with him? And they're like, I don't know, drop him off in Mothra's lair. And they're like, alright, go. And then Mothra's like, dude, what are you doing? And it's just all rightfully pissed off at the intrusion. So Mothra's like, alright, look, listen. I'm gonna make you a deal. My children, which I'm going to spawn every few seconds, like a dick, are going to eat you alive. Now, here's the deal. There's actually this whole cultural thing about suicide within Mothra's culture. They absolutely venerate the idea of dying at peak happiness. Because if you die when you're at your happiest, then your life is more fulfilled than it can otherwise be. Like, if you just keep enduring past that moment, it's all downhill, right? Like, you're never going to get back to that moment. Now, this coincides with the fact that devils and demons, and especially half-demons, taste really good. Like, think of the best food you have ever eaten in your life, and then magnify that by a factor of 10. So, what Mothra does is starts tossing her larva out and saying, all right, larva, go and eat Dante. And so they enjoy the meal, and there's just this moment of pure ecstasy before Dante breaks out of them, killing them at the moment of their total joy. Anyways, what mission are we on? 11. That was strange. Yeah, we'll beat the game tomorrow, which I'm okay with. There's no way we're beating it today. Oh, hold on, subject. You like brown, right? I don't know why I pushed through this game back in the day. I did. This might have been the era of, like, I don't know, not recognizing the game's crap. I mean, I was having some pretty severe depression issues at this point in history. So, depression's the wrong word. Trauma? Recovery? Whatever you want to call that. Recovering from trauma? We'll call it that. I like these textures, by the way. You like that? It's Secret of the Stars all over again. I mean, seriously, look at that nonsense. Look at it. No. No, you have to look at it. You have to look at it. It's okay, it's gone. And it's never coming back. That's a lie. Well, no, I said that earlier, Jordan. In an extremely literal sense of the word, DMC 3 and 4 and 5 would have never been if not for this terrible, terrible game. One of those weird game foibles of reality. Like, imagine a mediocre Devil May Cry 2, which Itsuno never got involved with. So he never got attached to the Devil team. And they never actually made the rest of the franchise. I can think of a worse timeline. Imagine a world in which Microsoft fails to buy Actiblizzard, so Tencent does instead. Mr. Blasty. Tencent is really, really, really bad. Like, that's scraping the bottom of the barrel right there as far as corporations. And giving those IPs to that company would physically hurt me. It is their job to, like it or not, Braven. Well, it's not so much Tencent is failing as the entire Chinese economy is collapsing. Don't worry, they're probably going to be fine, but they're definitely in for some adjustment periods right now. That's an interesting question, Voice of Authorita, which I'm actually not going to answer, if that's okay with you. Because in my opinion, what Tencent is doing is legal, and allowed, authorized, and extraordinarily immoral. But that is, of course, just my opinion, and really digging into the hows and the whys of that would take time and polemicness, as previously described. Game! There we go. Hello to Quack. I mean, honestly, no, I'm not, but I do plan to catch a summary. I'll be streaming during the Game Awards, so I imagine nobody will be watching D&D tonight because everybody will be watching the Game Awards ceremony. So anyways, you remember this gimmick? Oh no, of course you don't, because you never played this game before, but I do! Me too, Valerian. Do you mind answering why, Damashi? No judgment, I'm just curious what piqued your interest. Yeah, I haven't shown that off yet. So, Savage Golems, the way they work is if you don't kill... Once you start damaging them, there's a timer that's started. If that timer reaches 0 before you kill them, they regenerate to full health. Also known as the Waste Your Time enemy design. Mr. Red, you have nothing but a love for terrible games and terrible shows. Please play this game. I can think of no better way to discourage you from playing it. Nothing personal, but you're playing Lotro, and you just watched TAS. I have concrete, objective evidence. Recent evidence. In the interest of fairness, Lotro at least has a decent story underneath it, but good God. You like platforming, right? That's another game I kind of hate. And Genshin Impact. It's getting really easy the older I get to just kind of stop being tolerant of terrible stuff and just be like, you know what? No, I hate this. Spit, spit, spit. No more of the, well, you know, it's not that bad, or, no, 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 no. Spit, spit, spit. We're done here. You see this game we're playing right now? Spit, spit, spit. Say it with me now. Say it with me. Oh my god. I can't believe I did that quickly. Yeah, let's talk about Diablo Immortal again. I have chocolate. I'm even looking forward. I'm going to have a little bit for dinner. Or with dinner, I guess might be a better way to phrase that, because that sounds like that's going to be my dinner. It is not. Oh, there it is, Jordan. There's that thing I was just referencing. Alright, Savacom, you're gonna have to get something ordered. What? Oh, I don't blame you on that at all, Voice of Authorita. I did too, Evo, but a lot of my tolerance for bad video games died out around the early aughts. I know I just mentioned beating this game, you know, at that point, but honestly, I played so many crap games on the NES and the SNES, and then a unique thing happened. Something came out called Nesticle. How many of you remember Nesticle? I didn't know for years it was supposed to be a vulgar, analogy? Metaphor? I don't know what to call that. And it was my first real introduction to that wonderful concept of emulation. And I was like, oh, I should go replay those games that I liked as a kid. And then I did. Now, the interesting thing was, quite a few of them actually were still decent. You know, there are good NES games and there are good SNES games. But then there's the other ones. It will waste your time and provide nothing in return, Mr. Red. That's not enough. I got nothing for you. You like this camera, by the way? You see where I am on the screen right now, right? Like, you see me over here? I can't see me, so you're doing better than me in that case. And all joking aside, I'm looking forward to the NES block, because there's going to be 3 types of games there. Generic, terrible, and great. And there's not going to be a lot of in between. So, who is this armor guy? Someone tell me. Someone make up some lore for him, because spoilers, there is none. So, what I'm going to do, by the way, Suffolk, I don't know if I've told you this or not, is when we get to Punch-Out, I'm going to just bake the blindfold run into the regular review. Since it's, like, only literally 20 or 30 minutes to do the blindfold run. So we'll do a couple of shots, see if I can get past Bald Bull, which is my current barrier there. And then we'll just play through the game normally and review it normally. Unlocking. You know what my favorite thing about this game? Ad fights can work, but in a game where the targeting camera is automatic and prioritizes ads over the boss, ad fights are just irritating. You know? Get that. Not really, Maz, but by all means. Make it up. I'm ready. Oh, I like that Subicon. This is Coke Zero. Okay, that's cool that that happened. No, we'll be fighting Crystal Pepsi later. Much worse. Abd. See, Pepsi Man's legit. I will have no slander against Pepsi Man. Which I would do, but I think it would hurt my throat. Pepsi Man! Oh, sorry, Yura. What am I doing? I gotta refill on this, because I just... God, that's so... I literally can't afford it! Jesus. Everything is so expensive. Pepsi Man is on the veto list. I can't remember if it's can't get or can't stream, but it's one of the two. Whatever. I think it was a can't get. I don't know, Plutoni, you'd have to check. It's sortable. You like all these PS1 graphics in this game, by the way? There's a lot of them. I've been pointing them out as we go. So I know some people say this is actually the worst boss fight in the game. Although, the main reason I tend to hear that is because of how disorienting it is being on the inside of a ball that's rotating around while you fight something. There's... The only way to make Devil May Cry 2 good is to effectively completely replace it at this point. So, could I do a rewrite of DMC2? Sure. But would any of DMC2 really still be in it? No, not really. Yeah, by the way, how many of you even remember this part of the game? This middle part of the game is just filled with a lot of things people tend to forget about. Like the boss we just fought, the boss before that, or the boss we're currently fighting. What are you targeting? Just put an entire devil trigger on doing nothing. Oh, everyone remembers the final boss because it's that terrible. So, I just had a memory. It just clicked with me. You know what that memory is? Being stuck on this boss. For days. Off and on, obviously, in between work. Not being able to figure out what the game wants me to do. And this was early on when the game came out, and in the early GameFAQs era, so there wasn't a lot of, here's what to do, that I could just go and look up. Thankfully, we are much past that era, and the game's been out for a while, so let's look this stupid thing up. Wow. The walkthrough says, and I quote, "This part is hell, fair warning." Cool. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted. More random combat encounters in empty rooms that have no distinguishing features whatsoever. Oh no, it is a terrible boss fight. So let's really talk about why the boss fight I'm not currently fighting is so terrible. So you do have to destroy the outer barrier in order to break it, in order to win. Now, the outer barrier doesn't show a health bar. That's the first sin. Nothing indicates that you have to do that. In fact, if you were paying attention, I shot the outer health barrier several times, and the whole of what I was able to accomplish was nothing, even with a full devil trigger. So that's not great. So that's a feedback issue. Next problem is the obvious, the massive disorienting nature of the arena fight. It's hard to tell where you are in relation to where it is and where you're going, and you are constantly fighting the rotation of the ball, and so is the camera, which leads me to problem 3. Problem 3 is the fact that the hurt box of the actual barrier that's doing the damage there is a little bit inconsistent, so that sucks too. But hang on, I'm not even close to done yet, because this, along with many fights in this game, suffers from a problem where the auto-targeting prioritizes the ads and not the boss. If you're paying attention, I literally just complained about this on the previous encounter. So I need to shoot, but the ads, which respawn infinitely, by the way, are constantly taking up my targeting. So I have to do this and pray that I'm actually targeting something, effectively randomly, in order to try and hit these stupid things and actually do some damage to them. So that's a whole lot of bad game design right there. Did I mention these enemies that we have to actually target are in the air? Which either means we need to do the ranged attacks, which don't appear to be working, I think. I'm not even sure. Walkthrough didn't say. Or get piss lucky with doing an attack in the air. And hope that I'm actually hitting them. With, again, no feedback of doing so. Yeah, when some people said, oh my god, Devil May Cry 1 scored badly, and I saw one person be like, DMC 2 can't surely be that bad, right? Like, in comparison. Anyways. Oh. I think I actually hit something. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about the feedback thing, although this is literally just hypothetical. Maybe when the center glows red, I'm actually hitting something. Let's test this. Nope, it glows red on its own. Never mind, there is no feedback. Death to good game design, and death to the living. Oh, this thing also hurts like hell, but everything in this game hurts like hell, so that's whatever. Yeah, Devil May Cry 1, at least I could say, I get why people got into this. Hell, I got why I got into Devil May Cry 1. Yeah, this is... I love how we're just doing this here. This is yet another reason why I tend to say that phrase I tend to say every now and again. Some people say Superman 64 is bad because of what I call cultural osmosis. The internet and just general awareness has gotten to the point where we know that Superman 64 is a bad game. But most people don't actually know that. They haven't played it. They haven't experienced it for themselves. They don't really understand, they don't Genosco, if you will, how bad Superman 64 really is. And that's true for a lot of things. You know, shows, movies, books, games, music, food, whatever. And I bring this up because everybody knows Devil May Cry 2 is bad. But how many people really know that? How many people actually have played this garbage game and actually understand the nonsense on display here? If you're wondering how I was stuck here for days, I would just go in, fight it for a bit, until, you know, I ran out of time or ran out of patience, move on with my life, come back the next day, and keep trying again, because I was stupid. I think there was at least a little bit of stubborn pride at this point. Or just spite, I don't know, something. Alright, hang on. Let's try something slightly differently. That's actually worse for my movement. What I'm doing right now is I'm literally just shooting and hoping that some of my bullets accidentally hit the barrier, as it's artificially targeting the damn skulls. I used to push through bad games out of stubbornness a lot. I don't really have a good answer for why. Like I said, I kind of got out of that habit quite a while ago, like almost 20 years ago at this point. But still, I used to have that habit. And the best part is, in almost every case, I'd end the game with like, well, that sucked. And there was no satisfaction. There was no sense of accomplishment, no pun intended. Nope. I don't think I did any damage to that thing. I'm legitimately not sure I did any damage to it. Let's see what IGN has to say about it. Just for the hell of it, right? What do you got? What pearls of wisdom do you have? By the way, this isn't actually the boss. You ready for this? Here is the wonderful piece of advice that IGN gives. This is easier to deal with than it looks. Just stay close to the unifying ball at the center and attack the pyramid-shaped objects. Yeah, just shoot the boss. Come on, guys. Simple. Yeah, that's an actual strategy. Let's try that. We're going to make one more attempt at this today. I thought about that, but let's see if we can manage this without losing all our health in the process. Game. All right. I hit one. Did you see that? Completely by accident. But I did. Doesn't make it easier in any way, shape, or form, but I did it. Okay. Pause. We totally have a healing right. Alright, no, of course we don't. Let's let him reset. Jesus Christ, come on, guys. Hey. You notice they give no shadows, too, so I have no idea where they are. I probably haven't mentioned this, but to do the jumping, sliding attack, I have to hit 2 buttons, then hold down R2 and hit a completely separate button. That may sound like a minor thing, but I have to do that in a very quick succession. I have to get up, and then use that to get down, or else I lose my shot. And I have to do all that while trying to aim. Failing at it, of course, but still, the attempt is being made. Every single time I've hit one of these things, it has been pure luck and nothing else. I have no frame of reference. I have a shadow, I think. Yep, I do have a shadow, but good luck even seeing it in this nonsense. They don't have a shadow, so I have no idea when something's under me or not. I just have to go for it. There is no real angle for depth perception here, since nothing is actually indicating it, and that's ignoring the fact that everything is moving at such a non-stop and constant rate. I'm going to try something really quick. I don't think it's going to change anything, but just in case. Nope. Same angle, same arc. Doesn't matter. Also, some of my jumps are being eaten by the moving terrain, because the physics here is not exactly keeping up all that well. No, Evo. I gave it 3. I didn't earn that, for example. I've tried to do that exact same shot several times. The only reason it hit that time was because of luck. There's no skill here. And we're dead. I hit that one? Shooting is super not going to work, no. One more attempt before I cut off for the day. Game! God damn it! Do you remember I mentioned quite a while ago that stun locking thing where you just kind of get stun locked trying to get up because you're being all flourishy and fanciful about it? Well, the reason I was so irritated by that, and will give that a negative, is because occasionally it actually matters. Like here. Now remember, that's not the boss. So if I die on the actual boss, guess what I get to do again? Oh, that'll help. By the way, buying a potion at this point costs me 8,000 blood. You can see how much I have in the upper right. So the actual boss fight.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes. Now we can stop Arius's ambition.
Whatever.
But actually, I do not deserve this power. Bring this to Mathieu for me, please. I've got something that I need to take care of.
We're up to 6 lines of dialogue, 2 of which were in that scene. So now the actual boss fight. The Plutonian. Now, there are ways to speed up this fight, but after the nonsense with that damn sphere, I'm going to take it nice and safe. Sorry. Which then immediately gets me hit, of course. Like you do. I mean, I don't have to imagine what... Get up! Meleeing through this game is like, so yeah, I'm okay with that. God damn it, it's hard to judge the distance now. It's okay, we've almost got him down to a quarter of his health. Okay, fine, I'll go melee. Well, because I literally have another stream to get to. I do, actually, Zobe. It'll be in January, though. Well, we did it. We finally killed Plutonia. Now we'll never have to play Thief 1 again. Wait. What are you doing here? Where are we?
I have obtained the final arcana.
It's from your daughter.
7.
What are you doing, Granny?
8.
There is one more thing I need to ask of you, son of Sparta. My daughter went to face Arius all by herself. Please, take these and save Lucia.
If it's heads. Your lucky streak continues, Granny.
10 lines of dialogue. 6 of which were in the last couple of minutes. Save data. And save over here, too, just to be sure. Oh my god, this freaking game. Okay. Okay. Hang on. So let me show you where we're at right now. So far we have this many story positives, this many story negatives, this many gameplay positives, and this many gameplay negatives. And that's where we're at so far. In about half an hour to 40 minutes, we'll be streaming some D&D over on Guido's channel. You can type !Guido to get a link to the channel, because they got rid of hosting because Twitch is stupid. Otherwise, tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be playing more of this. And we're not even up to the Argosax fight yet.